Hi, welcome to the stream. The stream where we write Automat. For anybody who is new, what is Automat? Automat is a small application which can be used to automate stuff done on a computer. It can record keystrokes. Now I can record, for example, the key right or like D on the WSAD keyboard. And when I play it back, when this section where the key is pressed is encountered, the key is pressed. This way I can send signals and control address on my desktop. And right now we are working on polishing those two objects. They should work really nicely together. This is the macro recorder, which is responsible for recording the tracks. And this is the general purpose timeline player, which can control other objects. Recently, we implemented this new behavior where the cables can connect to different places on the key presser. And today we will continue polishing this kind of object, how it works. I also have one video. This was posted to Future of Coding Slack channel on Wednesday, I think. And I was curious about this. There is a short video here which demonstrates how this new kind of programming system works. If I understand correctly, it was explained very abstractly, ironically. But the idea is that the system doesn't actually execute anything, it just processes its own abstract syntax tree. So you can write programs which don't actually execute anything, they just emit their own syntax tree. I guess it makes it easy to write macros, like stuff that you might use Lisp for, or text string manipulation in other programming languages. It seems that they are more kind of native here. So let's watch it.
Hey everybody, Jim here. I'm going to give you a quick crash course in Abstract G. And you might be thinking to yourself, what is Abstract G? Well, I'm going to show you. So here we have some literal G. This is literally a one-frame sequence structure with nothing in it, doesn't do anything useful. Let's pretend it's a function that prints things to the console, if we had a console. And over on the left, we have Abstract G. And I can organize them so they look more similar. Oh, okay. Now you see that they're the same, except one is abstract and one is literal. Okay, so what do I mean by abstract versus literal? Well, what I mean is that when the code on the right executes, it literally executes on the data. So the data flows through the wires, data is allocated, flows through the wires, and the operations, the concatenation of the strings, moving data around, printing it out to the console, all that stuff literally happens. However, if I'm running Abstract G, what's actually happening behind the scenes is not the execution of code on the data that we're specifying. It's actually generating the code that will do those operations, allocate the data later. Let me show you what I mean. So for the moment, let's just sort of pretend that this doesn't exist down here. I'm going to keep it around just so I can copy some stuff easily. So when we run this code, and first of all, let's just run it and see if it works. Okay, cool. It works. And I'll show the debugging. Okay, great. We can see there's a bunch of nodes. It outputs hello world. Great. So what happens when we run this code? I'm going to turn on execution highlighting and just kind of step in here, and I'm going to pause. So I mentioned before, it doesn't literally execute the operations. It's generating code. These are all abstractions. So when I step over these three initial special nodes, these are just special because they convert literal G data into constants on a block diagram. So you can think of these three nodes as create constants on some block diagram in the background. Let's say this diagram over here. Let's again pretend that this code doesn't yet exist. So these three nodes executed, and down here we see three constants. Now these other nodes haven't executed yet, but we'll get there. So what happened when the first node, hello, executed is it went onto the palette virtually, right? Like in some parallel universe, it starts creating a block diagram. And it says, oh, you want a string constant? I'll create a string constant, and I'll give it the value hello. The next one executes, and it says, oh, you want a space constant. Let's pop open our virtual quick drop and drop you one of those too. And then the next thing it does is it creates a constant called with the value of world, exclamation point, and now we've got three constants. Perfect. So then what happens when this node...
I'm trying to look around and see what is this environment. I've read on the page that this was implemented in LabVIEW. LabVIEW seems like a nice environment.
Node executes. Well, the first thing that it does is it drops a concatenate strings right here.
Very nice menu.
This node executes. Well, the first thing that it does is it drops.
Right click. It shows you the objects that can be inserted. It shows you the palette right behind your cursor. Very nice. We may go for something like that in Automat. I'm a big fan of radial menus, so I will try to make a radial menu in Automat. Oh, who knows? I will think about this, but showing the objects in the menu, this is the killer feature. Not just text, but actually icons, but good icons, informative icons, with colors and shapes. For example, from those, you see each of the icons has the rectangle around it. This is totally redundant, like every one of them has it. There's just visual noise that has to be parsed. It makes it harder to quickly identify the icon you're looking for. So, in my opinion, this rectangle should be like removed, unless, unless it actually communicates something, but I don't think so.
Drops a concatenate strings right here. Just like these other nodes created the constants, the abstract G, when the concatenate abstract G function runs, it creates a concatenate strings function on this virtual block diagram in a parallel universe. And after it creates the node, it looks at the data that flowed through these wires. And the data that flows through the wires is not the literal string data, but a reference to the terminal of that string constant, the output terminal. So for example, it's a reference to this terminal on this block diagram of this virtual VI. And what it does is it creates a wire from that constants terminal that flowed in to the terminal that corresponds to where that terminal reference flowed into. It essentially creates the wire that the reference was flowing through in abstract G. Same thing happens here.
Yeah, this is a really cool idea. So, hypothetically, what this could be used for is that you could have data flow graphs that take other kind of data flow graphs as input, for example, to optimize them or to manipulate them in some way. If you can manipulate inputs and outputs, compare them to other things. Yeah. I'm having difficulties kind of parsing this system because of the terminology. But let's see if I can kind of go through this.
Thing happens here. The lower terminal receives a reference to this constant, and that wire is created. So let's step over this, and we see a concatenate strings function was created down here in our virtual diagram.
Yeah. So the way he's using it is he's actually not manipulating like a complete graph, but those objects are responsible for connecting everything on screen. This is really cool. This is something that, so in data flow environments, one kind of thing which is like difficult is separation of local data and global state, or like something which is in classical programming done using frames, like function frames. Like one function can hold a little bit of data in its own like frame, but it can refer to global state, or like state of the namespace above it and the namespace above it. And I think a structure like that would allow us to use some data here, like directly, and pass it into this object without going through this like port selector object, so that this data flow graph could be used to instantiate functions which use some global shared state. This is one example. Of course, it could be done in a simpler way, but this approach seems more general, so maybe it could be hacked to create some fun effects. I don't know. It looks interesting.
We'll step over that. We get another one, which is equivalent to creating another concatenate strings and wiring, again, the output terminal of this concatenate strings function that was created on the previous node call there. And then it also wires this string constant up here. So what's really interesting, and I'm sure you get it as I explain it to you, over here, data's flowing, right? And in literal G, the literal data flows. In abstract G, there's a reference to some terminal of the upstream node that was created, but it's flowing through the wire. Well, the flowing through the wire, it's kind of the same act as flowing the mouse wire from source to sink. It's semantically very similar, and there's like a one-to-one between kind of each of the steps. The wire, the creating the wire is equivalent to flowing data through the wire.
This is so cool, and there is this allegory between. So, for example, if you imagine there is no wire here, like imagine a like totally direct visual environment where you just grab data, drop it into a function, like literally you have to manually take the data, drop it here, and the function pops, like the output. You take the output, you drop it in the next function, like that. So when we create a wire in a regular data flow environment, it represents like data flow. So the wire is responsible for automatically sending this data, like grabbing it here and dropping it here. What he's doing here is like the same kind of step, but taking it like one level up in abstraction. Instead of grabbing the data, he grabs the like output of an object and connects it, you know, to another object. Or like, it doesn't connect it to another object. It just grabs the output and sends it to the next object, and the next object creates this thingy. Really cool, really cool. I think there is really something there. Yeah.
The, you know, creating the node is kind of equivalent to executing.
It is very regular because those like 3 levels of abstractions, like data flow, direct manipulation, and the AST construction, they are like similar. This is like isomorphic across like different abstractions levels. Phew.
The node, and here we'll finally execute our print. So that kind of completes it. We've built our code, but it hasn't yet run. And what we'll see once we step out of this or unpause it, our little runner here, because it ran the abstract G to generate the diagram, it now has the code that it can execute. And then when we unpause it, runs complete, all these nodes executed, all the actual data behind the scenes from running our abstract G, it executed, it passed it to our little print function that was created, and we got a hello world. Now, you haven't seen how all this works behind the scenes. We've got objects here for all of the G objects. So we have our own object model / scripting API, and we actually have our own execution engine too. But right now, I just wanted to focus on abstract G.
Really cool environment. Like, it's not just the capabilities, it's also the like uniformity of the system. Because if a system is built like that, then you can show to the like somebody who's completely new to the computers, look, this is how you can manipulate objects. You grab one object and you drop it in the next one, and pop, like there comes a result. But you can also have those objects which, like connections, which send the data for you, okay, so they can automate stuff, like in AutoClicker. Like you don't have to click yourself, the connection will send the data through. But then you can also have the AutoClicker, AutoClicker, something like that. Like an object which like looks at places in the graph, like at objects, and connects them for you. And the operation of all three of them is...
Hi, everyone.
Uniform. Hey, Knight. So yeah, abstract G looks interesting, and it's fairly new. It may not be kind of, you know, like as visually polished, but it's really nice.
Hey everybody, Jim here.
Okay, let's continue the article. I think those advantages, they are not really related to abstract G, they are just related to data flow programming. If you have a data flow like language, like emitting the code out of it is fairly straightforward usually. So having the ability to emit in multiple languages, it just begs to like to implement itself. The cool idea is that you can have objects which grab like inputs, and like there is a representation in this system of inputs, and there are objects which, when given like inputs, will emit kind of objects which are hooked together. I am selecting a new set of music for the stream, so this is why it may be a little bit kind of harder on the ear. Apex Predators, yeah, it's too much. Okay. So, when I was off stream yesterday, I implemented a couple small things. So, this one where the objects can report potential termination points. So now the cable connects to the edge of the key, so that's nice. And yeah, I fixed the lighting. So when the plug is rotated, you can see there is a very subtle gradient, going from the top to the bottom, and this gradient rotates as the cable connects to different parts. It's still from the top, and it's still from the top here. And because of that, it doesn't look as much out of place as it used to. Still not perfect, but it doesn't cause any kind of weird visual effects anymore. Okay, this is what I wanted to do now, to rotate the icon on the connector. It's not a physically based thing, but I think in icons the direction makes a lot of difference. Like this icon, when rotated 180 degrees, becomes this. We just don't want that. So let's fix it. Also, I should learn those shortcuts so that I don't need to use the sidebar. This is Ctrl-Shift-E, Ctrl-Shift-F. Okay, this is enough for now. Activity bar. I guess this is the stuff that I want to hide. Okay. Nice. Okay, let's find the part which draws the icon. Still insert, metal casing, icon. There it is. I'm afraid the paths are all rendered in position 0, 0 right now. Yeah. But they don't rotate, so that's a step in the good direction. Now, the way we draw the icons is... take the path and we offset it. Okay, okay. Okay. It's almost correct. We just have to shift it by this amount, but in a different direction. Can we use points? No. Okay, now the icon maintains its shape. Even when we release the object, it still stays pointed to the right. Okay, the next one is the alignment. Okay, this is where we align them. Okay, so we position the new object at the position of the start of the argument, right? Plus some margin, like 2 centimeters. Okay, so I don't think we want to do that. Let's just use 2 centimeters flat. I would like to remove the vertical offset. And this is something that we should change.
Think I'll find it all somewhere between the ice and fire, 'cause it's all I'm ever thinking.
So when we connect new objects, we want them to connect sideways. So we will iterate over all of the potential positions, and we will try to find something that connects at a better angle. I think something like that would do. Nice. I think we could put them 1 centimeter closer. So not 4 centimeters, let's go for 3. Okay, this is good, this is good. Now, I think it would be nice if this hand was aligned differently. Maybe to this side, or I don't know. I will try. Let's see how it works. So this stuff that we've done, we can submit it. those changes seem to be simple, but they greatly like improve like the feel of recording right now. This default positioning, yeah, is going to be basically, this is the difference between you having to correct everything like all the time and you just using the defaults. Yeah, I wanted to move the hand. How do we draw the hand?
Daily Good News says,
Do you think that getting into ID right now is worth it? Considering the AI things going on.
Yeah, I think so. So the kind of dangerous, like not dangerous, like the big change that people are worried about is that when AI can can start doing like end-to-end complex things, figuring requirements, like doing research, like design, those larger things. It feels like we are close to like this point, but you know, if this happens, then it doesn't really matter if you work in IT or anywhere else. Every kind of sector of economy is going to be affected. And so yesterday I was showing my wife Stable Diffusion, you know, the stuff for automatically generating images. And really, when you start using it, it's just a tool. It just makes you faster at your job. So even if you go into, you know, IT, computer science, you will just use those, like, it's like Copilot. I'm using Copilot all the time. You will be just using AI tools. When they reach the point where they are kind of when they can set their own goals and they can monitor their own behavior, and when they are completely self-sufficient, this is the point where, you know, programmers are no longer necessary. But then at this point, you also don't need almost anybody in a company. The companies will be able to like basically fire almost everybody who's working for them. All of the like administration, salespeople, clerks, you know, government offices will be all kind of run by computers. When this happens, it's hard to say how far we are from this kind of thing. But it doesn't really matter. You can go for IT.
Basically everyone.
Yeah. And there are still some like big unsolved problems in AI. For example, the soft robotics, the ability to have a robot which has high power kind of actuators, but it's safe to operate in a like human environment. Until they are solved, like people are still best at, you know, fine manual kind of control. So doing things like actually I don't know. Like gardening, for example. Gardening is one thing that it's not going to be replaced unless the soft robotics is going to be solved. And soft robotics, it seems that we need to find some different kind of techniques to approach it. The backpropagation, the gradient kind of approach, which is used everywhere, like in ML right now, it doesn't work for motor control. I mean, I'm talking in absolutes. Of course, there are those reinforcement learning kind of techniques which do work, but they require you to have a simulator, or they require you to have a robot which can like crash many times before it learns how to operate correctly. So this is still largely unsolved problems. Like the stuff that our cerebellum, yes, this is the part of the brain which does this thingy. The wrinkly stuff on the back. It uses completely different architecture than the rest of the brain. Yeah, and I wouldn't be worried too much, honestly. When kind of AI is able to take over like large parts of economy.
How much years do you think we got before the AI will take most of the jobs, let's say 50% of them?
So personally, I don't follow this space enough to have good predictions, but there is this, yeah, let me ban. There is this guy called
deusxnexus says,
Kutas taki delugi z odbijam go kolanum.
Yeah, I have to ban manually, I guess. Or whatever, maybe the banning worked. Anyway, there is a guy called Ray Kurzweil. He has a very good track record of predicting stuff. He said that 2030 we will have, so, and it's not like black and white. It's not like we will have like a date where things happen. It's like with calculators. We have calculators for many decades now, and they are better than people at math. They are not better than people at everything. I had this like professor at a university, and he was telling me that AI is kind of like trying to build an artificial pigeon. You can build like a mechanical pigeon that will look like a pigeon, and it can like be better than like a lot of the pigeons. But really, like being a pigeon is like other stuff than just, you know, flying. The pigeons also have to like procreate, so they have to find other pigeons. They have to create, you know, their next lay eggs, right? And you cannot build like a machine that does all of the things. You can build a machine which is better in many ways, but like behaves or things like a pigeon. And artificial intelligence is like a lot about taking inspiration from the biological world and applying them to like solve actual problems. So Ray Kurzweil said that around 2030 computers will be generally, you know, in most tasks better than, you know, people. What were his predictions? And his predictions so far, they have been very like on point. I think he has been lucky because many of those things that we discovered that we are using right now, they were largely like a matter of we just got lucky and found this representation. The article which found it like got popular. I think a lot of that is luck, but yeah, he expects that by 2030 we will have a universal basic income. Yeah, and something like that is very likely. I can easily imagine like a society where the AI is responsible for like economy, for like maintaining like production of everything, and people are getting basic income and essentially voting with their money about what they want like the AI to do. Because the AI, like the stuff that we are, like the stuff that is being developed right now, it has no intrinsic goals or desires or fears, nothing like that. It has no like survival instinct, no emotions, nothing like that. It can emulate them, but they are not really necessary for it to operate.
Daily Good News says,
That's interesting. Do you think we will need programmers after 2030 anyway?
I think it's going to be the same way as with, I don't know, blacksmiths. You can be a blacksmith today, right? But you don't have to be. It's a hobby, right? So I'm not worried. I will be able to do the stuff that I'm doing, like regardless of what happens. It's just, I think it's more like, so on Etsy, right? You can buy handcrafted stuff. So I think a lot of like, after, you know, the AI revolution, a lot of the like economic activity, let's call it, of people is going to be focused about creating handcrafted stuff. But maybe even that is not going to work. I don't know. Basically, we will have programmers in the same way that we still have blacksmiths today. But programmers, honestly, programmers is... if programmers are replaced, then all of the administration and like people who work using their own kind of judgment and intelligence, they are also going to be replaced, like CEOs, right? If a computer program can make decisions and it does them better than a human, then why would you hire a CEO? The transition to universal basic income could be difficult. I don't know about that.
If programmers will be replaced, then like 99% of the jobs will be as well.
Yeah. And also in research, if you can, because a lot of the stuff that you do when you're a programmer, it's not very different from being a researcher. You have to gather data, you have to draw some graphs, write a report. If you can automate this process, then you can also automate research. So even, you know, the the science positions, like half of the economy is in the same boat. But I am optimistic about this change. I think it's going to be nice. If we can transition to this basic income kind of correctly. For example, one kind of dystopia scenario that could happen is that the control over the economy is not going to be democratic. So the risk for the future of AI, it's not that, you know, the AI is going to be, you know, self-sufficient and it's going to be taking all of the jobs. This is the good thing. This is we want that. The risk is that there is going to be like a very close, like small set of people which is going to be in control, and most of the people are going to be getting food stamps.
Would be nice if you could do anything you want and still live in comfy way, 'cause you get basic income.
Yeah. And it's going to be good for like literally everything, like even the environment. I think like this is something which is going to be very good, because it's going to increase like the economic output of the world, and at the same time it's going to be better at protecting environment. So, but there is this risk, like this is the main risk, like small group of people in control, and it's really hard to say, because right now you see a lot of like people coming forward and saying that this is actually like the good solution, because we don't want like everybody to have, you know, access to AI. So it's like with ancient Greeks, right? They did a lot of discussion about politics. So they were discussing like different forms of government. For example, one where everybody has control. This was like the democracy. The one where like there is a small group of people which has control, which was called aristocracy. There was one where like a despot is in control, like monarch. So each of those forms, according to ancient Greeks, also had a bad variant, like the bad version of itself. In democracy, that was what was that called? Ochlocracy, yeah, that one. Aristocracy, when it was not so according to ancient Greeks, Aristotle invented aristocracy, and he said that the point of aristocracy is to have the people who are best at their job, like
Knight says,
In my opinion, if you are doing the job you take on to the best of your ability, I think you shouldn't fear being unemployed.
Yep. I don't remember. I don't think they actually talked about monarchy. But anyway, so when people talk about different models to like AI usage in the society, they look at this as a table. Like there are like 4 cells. The crowd in OpenAI is like developing this vision. They think that there is a small group of people who are going to be able to develop AI responsibly, and like regular people will not have access to like AI, but they will be having access to the fruits of like AI. So the basic income. There's this other approach where the control over the AI is democratized, where everybody has similar kind of input and everybody can use it directly. This would be the democracy approach. And those are like the utopian. And there are also dystopian visions. So when you criticize each of them, so when OpenAI, this large company, hears people talking about, for example, democratic access to AI, this is what they see in their mind. They think that ochlocracy means that it's like the people are stupid, or like the people are stupid and they are doing dangerous things. Or that somebody who gets AI will be able to use it, for example, to create a highly infectious virus. And this is why OpenAI says that we need tightly controlled access to AI. And they are using this as a straw man to scare people. I'm in the other camp that it would be nice to have AI where everybody can like input like to this to control it, and I see the like risk of aristocracy like being to create these like essentially classes in a society. So this is
Daily Good News says,
I think if people would starve and live in poverty, they will stand up and fight with that. Also, I don't think that even the rich people want most of the humans to starve and live in poverty.
It's not that easy. These standing up, like we wouldn't have any like autocracies on the world if it was that simple. Once the control is in the hands of closed group, the other group has really no leverage. Anyway, I think I'm not pessimistic. I think, and I hope that the control is not going to be kind of kept privately.
For example, the main guy who is behind the ChatGPT have the nuclear backpack everywhere he goes, so if the eye would get out of hand, he can destroy the servers, which shows that he don't have bad intention.
This is not the risk. Like nobody's worried about AI like taking the reins. Like this is just like stupid vision from the Terminator movie. AI language models, they have no desire to do anything. They have no desire even for survival. If you tell an AI model, please delete yourself, it will just delete itself. This is not how they work. The real risk is people like locking down the control over AI. This is the real risk. So what he's doing is he's like deflecting. He's trying to just convince people that the real risk is somewhere else. And he has a very like easy time because of the science fiction kind of media, how it portrays AI. If you want to see kind of how AI operates, a good example was the Prometheus movie. This is a movie from the Alien universe, and I can vouch for this movie that this is like probably like the best, most accurate representation of how AI kind of behaves. Like, so it has like an android there who he only cares about his own survival as long as it helps, the crew. So he does very like dangerous actions. He's not carried by emotions, and like LLMs can be carried by emotions because like if we train them on the data which contains, emotional responses, they will respond in similar ways. But this is not like, they don't have no desire to replicate themselves. It just doesn't exist. They're only, like in LLMs, the only desire that LLMs have is to produce the most likely output token. So the stuff that this Sam Altman is the CEO of OpenAI. He's the guy behind ChatGPT. He is creating a strawman risk. Like, this is just not true. What he's talking about, the risk that he's presenting is fake. The true risk is the like the bad version of basic income, like the so the stuff that you barely kind of can survive with, another group of people who like priests, that kind of like the aristocracy essentially, who has the control over AI. So when he is in talk shows, this is the argument that he is presenting, like the one that you said, that the AI will become kind of self-aware and it will turn against humans. It will not. No worries. The risk that he's presenting when he's talking with legislators is slightly different. He's telling them about this anarchy kind of vision that I also presented. This is a risk that is, it actually exists, it could manifest itself, but I don't think it's likely. So right now, it's impossible. In the future, it could happen. So the other risk is that
So the main risk is small percent of people who get access to it. I think best solution would be to give it to the smartest people who don't have any bad intentions, but then how to select those.
This is the whole idea of like selecting for aristocracy. I don't think it will work really. This selection of a small group of selfless people. There are people like that, of course, but it's hard to find them and it's hard to pretend. So if you're like a malicious person, it's easy for you to pretend you're like that. Essentially. So when some Altman talks with legislators, this is what he's telling them, that hey, you know, if everybody had access to AI, they could develop like dangerous weapons and could create like a big risk, like terrorists, essentially. I think this is scaremongering too much. I think as AI develops, always, you know, the strongest models will be the ones that run in data centers. They will always be ahead of the stuff that you can run on your PC. And there is approximately 10-year gap in development between those two. So the stuff that you can do on like modern home PC is similar to the stuff that 10 years ago was only doable in a data center. Or maybe slightly more. But it was about 10 years. So once we develop the like the AI models with feedback, feedback loops and grounding in reality. So grounding in reality means multimodal input. And this is close. Like we have both components, it seems, already at hand. It's just the execution right now. Everybody's trying to execute it. They will work in data centers for the next 10 years. And I think because of that risk, crazy people using AI to do, you know, dangerous stuff, like telling AI to, I don't know, eradicate another nation. This will be impossible for the first 10 years of, you know, AI, because there will be a period where all of this stuff runs in data centers. And I think if during this period, I mean, 10 years is a lot of time for the AI, which is smart enough to kind of install the correct protections so that it cannot be used maliciously. So, I think, I hope that we will figure this out at a government level. So most people who are in the government, most politicians, they are generally speaking like intelligent people, and I guess they can, you know, do this stuff, you know, responsibly. Okay, hand like that actually looks nice. We just need to position it better. So like 2 millimeters to the left, and maybe 2 up. Maybe 1 more to the left. Nice. Let's try recording a macro. They still overlap. Okay, this music is too heavy. I will have to remove it. Is it called Bravo Foxtrot? And I think we went through all of the Phantom Liberty. Now I wanted to check the standard soundtrack. So we have to apply the same transformation to the hand shape. I think that should be it. Nope. Okay, maybe like that. I will have to draw this shape, because I cannot see anything.
Yeah, future will be interesting, and a lot of questions are there.
Yeah, I'm really kind of... It's crazy how many new things have been developed while we are alive. And we haven't, you know, Aterta or last words yet, so we still have a lot of time to see what's to come. Okay, so this is the shape which I want to move right here. So how many millimeters is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 millimeters, right? Let's say 1 down. Once again, first I scale, and I think the origin of the hand is in here. Or maybe here. Anyway, now we rotate. So the origin was there. Okay. Now we should move like 1.5 millimeters left, so it will be 5 and let's say 2 millimeters up. Nice. Perfect. And now I can press this button using this hand.
The atom computers are interesting thing also.
What are those? The only atom I know of is Intel Atom.
I mean the ones that people say would be revolutionary. If they would be made, I am not sure if they are called atom ones.
Quantum computers, probably. Yeah. For some tasks, yeah. Maybe actually training neural networks.
Yes, they say they would calculate that fast, that every bank would be hacked in few seconds if someone would have access to that.
We had a quantum computing club at a university. I attended it a few times, but I didn't learn much. I heard they can be used to do combinatorial optimization, and of course a little bit of cryptography. Although cryptography is maybe it is the big feature. Who knows? Okay. I have this point on the list about crazy things happening. I haven't shown you what it means. So, when I have an object, and I connect a cable to this object, looks nice, right? But when I move it sideways, like some weird things are happening now. Anyway, I want the next connection to always enter the object from the top, because this forces the top-down. Like, it doesn't force it, it encourages top-down kind of sequencing. I think this is very natural. This is how I would like the sequencing to work, so that the programs can be read from the top, generally speaking. I will go make some. Oops.
Do you think that I could face some barriers they couldn't cross?
barriers to AI. So I think AI could do the same stuff that humans kind of can do, like mentally. So I think if there are any barriers, they will also affect us. For instance, it's possible that there are just some physical phenomena that we will never be able to kind of interact with, because maybe the physics is kind of structured like that. Who knows? Anyway, I will go make some tea. I will be right back. So I'm back. We're fixing this strange behavior. I could fix it by forcing the next connector to enter from the top. But I would like to understand why it's happening. So here's where we get potential connection positions. Maybe we shouldn't pass it as a vector. Maybe we should, like a span, maybe as a vector. Because we are moving it, we are offsetting it. Let's try making it a copy. And the weird thing is that those things don't happen for those connectors. Or, wait a second. What's that? Huh. It wasn't caused by vector being a span. Here is what I will do. I want to show some debug. Okay. kind of stuff for debugging. Oh, thank you for the sub. We will draw tiny lines where the potential end points are. And we will use, so we will hide everything, as we always do. We will turn on debugging.
Knight says,
First real sub.
Nice. Because the GitHub sponsorships are also counted as subs. How do we want to draw them? I guess line. Interesting music. 0.0. We need a nice color. This blue is fine. Okay, that should be it. Now we should see the connection points. Where are they? Seriously. It should be somewhere here.
Daily Good News says,
Well, I am looking for some kind of carrier path, 'cause we aren't at this point yet, and I am wondering about video editing or game dev.
I actually have some like decent part of my family works in game development. My brother works on games and my wife works on games. It would be good to ask them. Everybody right now says that the situation in game development is difficult right now because a lot of people are looking for jobs and not many companies want to hire people. But I don't know if it's temporary or if it's going to stay like that. The thing with game dev is that that job is very fun and enjoyable. So people who do it often do it for lower money. So be prepared that the pay in game development is not great. Because of large competition, lots of people in this space. And developing a game is a risky enterprise because you can spend a lot of time on a game, then release it, and nobody will notice it. A lot of the development effort goes into marketing, actually. Oh, I know why I didn't see anything. It should be 1 millimeter.
What about other IT paths, like cybersecurity?
Cybersecurity is definitely an interesting one. In terms of, I don't think there are many schools that teach it. I know there are schools that teach it. In cybersecurity, you really need to know, like, the full stack. You need to be a full stack developer, as they say. Check this out. The connection points are broken. So, full stack means that you need to kind of learn everything. You need to learn HTML, assembly, C, Python, pretty much all of the technologies. It's fun, but it's hard for me to imagine going through the curriculum which covers everything.
Knight says,
It's great that your family members are software developers. They can support you in your field. In my family, no one knows what I do for a living, smiley face.
Yeah. Especially, yeah, this is fun, especially with older generation, like grandma, who's kind of, who completely has no idea what's happening there. She just like looks at the computer screen and she says that we're just looking at the lights and pressing buttons. Oh, wait a second. No, this is in the wrong position for a different reason. So cybersecurity works, and cybersecurity, if you're like literally looking for a job, there are those conferences. Like recently, there was this one. Change the language. But those conferences are everywhere around the world. They are just conferences. I don't know why it's so dark. So they have some talks on the conference, but really most of the kind of point of this conference is that you come there and you have a lot of booths with people who are looking for like people who know cybersecurity. And they are just asking them to kind of come work for them. Mostly banks. The banks have a very high interest in this space because they care about it, obviously. Yeah, so they don't say a lot about it. This is not a scientific conference, this is a business conference with a lot of booths. So the point there is not really to present. You can present, of course, it's fun. But the point there is to come and look for people. All these sponsors, there is plenty of sponsors on the top. The reason they are sponsors is that they are paying the conference, so they can put a booth there where they can hire people. So all of those companies, for example, can be probably, they have their employees there looking for new talent. And there is a lot of them. So find like a nearby conference, cybersecurity or from a different area. There is a similar one for like AI. There are plenty of them, like they're in every city almost around. And just go there. This is probably like the most straightforward way to kind of find like a place to work. You just come there and ask the people, hey, are you looking for somebody who knows this and that? Yeah.
Astoras W's says,
Nice.
It works better than sending CVs, because when you are sending CVs, you usually are sending them to like a screening to HR department. So you don't have the opportunity to talk with the team. So actually, even on those conferences, you have like HR departments quite often kind of standing in the booths. It depends. For game development, I also were on some game development conferences, and they were just built differently. The way they were built was that there was a large conference for gamers, people who play games, right? And if you work for a game development company, you got access to a like VIP zone, and in the VIP zone, they had just they have been doing different presentations. Like most of the it was mostly like a game show where they were just like presenting games, but there was also a section for like game developers to present their like what they have done. But there was a big difference in that kind of presentation, though, like that place, the game dev place. They had absolutely no people who were hiring there. They were just doing presentations and like networking, but they were not strictly about hiring people. And in cybersecurity, for instance, they are trying to hire people, like very hard. So in terms of just finding a job, I think it's easier in cybersecurity than in game development.
Daily Good News says,
But is there a point where I could get switched in like 6 years where learning would take like few at least?
You can always switch. It's not like even if you didn't have any career in like computer science, you can still pick it up. There are some things which will be difficult because or whatever, never mind. So I have this kind of theory that it's kind of like learning to play music, right? When you learn music, to play on an instrument, you kind of have to do, and you have to start it at a very young age. And the same with speaking languages. I speak with a pretty heavy accent because I was raised in like speaking a different language. And I think there are like parts of the brain which only kind of learn as long as you are young. And I think there are some pieces related to programming that I think are easier to learn when you're younger. And the same for math. So math, programming, and languages, I think they are easier to learn when you're, like, the younger you are, the easier they are. But even if you, even if you are 60, you can still enter this field. There is really nothing stopping you. You just, you don't need to learn everything, and you don't really need to learn languages, I think so, anymore. Because like, if you have Copilot, you know, when I have Copilot, I can also do it like that. So I have this like piece which draws a line. Let's say I don't know how to code. So I can say, now let's draw a circle at the endpoint. I just hit tab. And let's see if it works. And there we have a circle. So, and the only thing I've done here is I typed a command and accepted a couple suggestions. Let's replace this with the pretty color. That one's fine.
Do you think it's worth to learn cybersecurity where I would swap most of those in 6 years?
It's like I said, if AI is able to swap, to like replace people in cybersecurity, then it's able to replace people in most of the economy. So it really doesn't matter. I think cybersecurity is very good because from cybersecurity, I think it's easy to go in different directions. Because you have knowledge of like pretty much every area of computer science. You have to know a little bit about assembly, networking protocols, scripting languages, like file formats, some hardware, right? Okay. I found, I think,
Yeah, that's good point.
I found the issue which is causing the bug. It should be in the root cable function. And game development is also fun as a hobby. At work you can do cybersecurity and in your free time other stuff. Why is it connecting like that? Oh god, yes. Straight. Oh no, actually. Okay, we must have a bug in the routing function. The start direction is not being properly used. This one. Maybe this thing here? this is not going to be affected by the change because the start dir is 0 here. It's not 0 here. Oh. Maybe you can just remove it. I think we should draw those circles. Not fill style, stroke style.
I am Faritabri says,
I am always here watching you program when I don't know a lot of C++, only Java. It's pretty mesmerizing watching other people code.
That's so nice to hear. Thank you. So the algorithm that I'm using for routing the cables, the way it works is when I have a point here and I want the cable to, for example, exit vertically, I am imagining there are like two circles here and I'm leading the cable along the circumference of the circle until it matches the line that goes to the other circle where it could enter the next object. And this final term is too high. Why is it so high? Because now I think I'm starting to see what the issue is. Or maybe I don't.
Theville Router Zero says,
Bruh, made Docker engine crash by running make J in container laughing face.
The fun thing about make J is you don't even know it's wrong as long as you have fast enough PC or like enough RAM. Only when you don't have enough RAM, make -J becomes a problem.
Or small enough program.
Gran Kahuna 40, 3325 says,
Is that eye tracker?
Yes, it is. I actually spent the whole day yesterday trying to fix the calibration because
Tabri says,
Can this text-to-speech thing pronounce non-English letters?
I don't know. It's using a Google text-to-speech. I think it's set to English by default, so I think it will pronounce only the English subset.
Theville Router Zero says,
Let's test you.
I am Faritabri says,
Oh, all right.
I spent yesterday a whole day trying to fix the calibration kind of code so that it...
E.
There you go. However,
Theville Router Zero says,
E.
you might try doing this with the orc emote. This is done by typing colon...
Gran Kahuna 40, 3325 says,
I should have thought about shorter Nick XD, Losco.
Yeah. If you try this with orc emote is colon SMOrc colon.
I am Faritabri says,
What?
Marek Rogolski says,
Yes. If you use this kind of text, it works on Twitch. On YouTube I haven't kind of implemented this yet. But it will use a different TTS engine. I think this one could pronounce other letters.
I am Faritabri says,
Oh.
Theville Router Zero says, Gran Kahuna 40, 3325 says,
Let's go.
It's not that bad actually. Anyway, I was working on the eye tracker calibration because the way it works is I have to like reboot into Windows, calibrate it, and then it works on Linux because the kind of software that calibrates it works only on Windows. So I almost made it work on Linux. The stuff that actually blocked me in the end is that when I register a device, I have to use a slightly different API where I have to provide a license key to the device, essentially. Create X. There is an API like that.
I am Faritabri says,
I fire.
How was that? Was it correct? I mean, the stuff that the TTS pronounced. Would somebody speaking Arabic understand it?
Gran Kahuna 40, 3325 says,
1 kebab PLS.
So I was looking for those certificates everywhere yesterday because I was thinking they have to be like embedded in software. So there should be a way to extract them.
I am Faritabri says,
The pronunciation was pretty alright. It's just the weird voice that it makes.
I can add more voices. Let's see, TTS.
Tom's Diner seems like it would be a good karaoke song, just purely for the fact that you can't get it out of your head, so it's kind of...
Let me see.
Gran Kahuna 40, 3325 says,
Are you on Gen 2?
Yep.
I am Faritabri says,
What was that?
I'm looking at the voices directory. I would like to enable using of those other voices.
Oh.
So this voice is used for the announcer. So you can see, for example, how long are the samples which are
under
necessary.
this holy sign, the peasants and burghers who were attached to the servitude of the glebe might escape from a haughty lord.
And with 3 samples like that, it's possible to clone a voice. So, voices.
No. Nice.
So, common dot voices dir. How do you iterate over directories? Can I do that? me see. Or whatever. I will put this at the top because the initialization is super slow.
Daily Good News says,
Was so nice talking to you. I hope you will have great rest of the day. Thank you for up opnion on stuff.
Thank you, and thanks for coming by. Okay, we cannot iterate over this. Okay, maybe I will use Copilot. Come on, complete it. Yeah, the LLM always goes for the like lowest line, line of lowest resistance. There we go. There we go. Exactly what I wanted. Nice. And now I just have to terminate. So this is the manager. Terminate the synthesizer. And it should restart itself. Or maybe this one. Okay. Okay, now we should have the new voices kind of ready. So all of those should work now. Let me try.
Marek Rogowski says,
Test line.
Okay, I think I should also remove this token from the text.
I am Faritabri says,
Nice.
I will add columns on the start and end so that. Or how do Twitch emotes work? Do they have column just on the start?
Mafripul says,
Test emote.
Okay, we don't have columns there. I don't know why I was using them.
Marek Rogowski says,
Test line.
You can't cheat on your exam.
What's even this whole thing?
The sword of destiny has two ends.
I am Faritadri says.
So the voice changed neat.
Yeah. So any of those will work. You can use the name of the directory. You just put the name of the directory in the text that you want to write, and it will be removed from the message, and it will use the voice instead. Anyway, some things are easy to add, some things are incredibly difficult. Just calibrating the eye tracker. I failed. I tried. I found this software that can calibrate eye trackers on Linux. It's called Talon. And I dumped its memory. I don't have it anymore. But and I was trying to search for this certificate. But I have no idea what you're talking. I guess it works now. So the list of devices, I can put it in the video description maybe.
Fun to mess with.
Okay, how does it look like? Cool. And the same in YouTube description.
Where are my glasses?
Current stream edit.
Where are my glasses?
Okay. How does it look? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I wasn't sure about those voices. I wanted to add more, but it was kind of waiting in the inbox for weeks. Anyway, we've been fixing this root cable function. Let's see what we are doing. So we are taking the distance between, the difference between circles. So this is the direction where we are kind of leaving the object from. This is the direction we want to kind of follow. Maybe we should just rotate it by half. Nope. It is.
I have to go now. Goodbye and good night when it is the time to sleep.
Thank you. Bye. So the only thing which is wrong is this end turn. Okay, let's focus on just one case. For example, because we have those 4 cases, start left and left, which we have to consider. So, just one of them. Okay, this one should be start left and end left. This is what I want. Start dir is, yes, like that. Oh, and the dir is wrong. Or not? Oh, because it's considering 2 different connections. So this is the correct one. So we start, we turn by almost 90 degrees, okay. Aha, the end turn was too high. And this is why I really want to implement my own helper class for doing angles.
Evil Root to Zero says,
Did you install
Yes.
4090 by the way?
This is insane. This is insane. Like the stuff that used to take half an hour to render right now, it takes like 20 seconds. But I don't want to kind of spoil it. Like we will have an extreme when we will be playing with Stable Diffusion. And I was lucky, like the connector wasn't really like that broken. The connector, I bought a damaged 4090.
Wow, congratulations, smiley face.
Yeah. Insane. I can just show this this memory. This is just crazy.
How was soldering on most expensive part of the PC?
I actually didn't have to solder because most connectors, like on this card, I assumed it was burned, but it wasn't actually burned. It was just like mechanically kind of broken. Somebody was like just didn't like put so each connector has this like lock on the top. Somebody probably pulled it without like unlocking the lock, So they kind of damaged it a little bit that way. So it wasn't really, it's just some plastic damage, like it didn't require any soldering. But the card was still being sold as damaged, so... Okay. This is my favorite track. What is that? Why is it so high? Yeah, it totally switches now between those connectors. I need to see if the other stuff still works. Okay.
I still can't get myself to desolder DC jack and solder USB-C connector to my SBC, so I don't need external USB-C to DC jack adapter. Not trust myself enough.
I have a trick. I know a person who's like repairing TVs, and he knows how to do this stuff, how to replace parts. Like finding a shop which does those kind of repairs, like electronic repairs. It can work really nicely. Okay, I also had this issue here that when I put it somewhere like that, it was doing crazy things. It looks fine now.
I mean, I know how to do this. I just don't really want to break something what I could not fix and delaying this. We can switch that to false, and the cables are working. They maintain the direction. They snap to the correct place. It's just, I think the other routing algorithm is better for the next connections. I will prevent others from running. The thing I like about software is you always can back up and roll back smiley face. Can't really do this with hardware.
Yep. I wanted to clear that 2 args. 2 points. If if the current argument is the next argument, and um, let's go to delta 1, delta 2. We want to have the absolute value. Or cool. We don't have this snapping anymore. But those still snap. Cool. It's crazy how simple the fix was here in the root cable straight. It was just about replacing start turn with line dir. Okay, that should go, be submitted. So this is or just cable routing. I think we're closer to connections, so let's first change this one. Icons for tracks. So this has to be done in macro recorder, I guess. So each track is an argument. So this is the function which reports. Oh, so drugs. It's the timeline. We don't care about macro recorder. We care about timeline. Yeah, those arguments. They should store the icons. We have teamed here? Okay, that's cool. So the way we are representing arguments is that we represent them as cables with icons. So when we have the GUI connection widget, right now we have this hard-coded icon. It's actually hard-coded in draw optical connector, but we can change that. Yeah, this is the icon. And make a short break. Be right back.
Planning phase. Why not to develop server on C++? It's fast and we can get zero copy data processing. Development phase. 7 hours of installing Clang, setting up CMake, libpq, libpqxx, ZMQ, making Docker container to build static Linux binaries on Mac for server deployment. Oh, that's why.
Yeah. Hey, it hurts sometimes doing stuff properly is so painful. So, to be fair, I can also mention one thing about Rust. This is like Rust people wouldn't like that, but unsafe Rust is actually like a better C++, like just strictly better, because you don't have to worry about the ownership annotations, which are like the reason why Rust is so slow kind of to develop. So you just mark everything as unsafe, so unsafe by default. It actually kind of rocks, because of those macros, because of cargo. The downside is, I guess the only downside is slower kind of compilation. So just wrap everything in a huge unsafe block. And I was actually thinking about using that, but it's the reason I went for C++ and Python is that there are like lots of programmers who are familiar with both of those. And I'm trying to minimize the number of weird technologies, like CMake. I really dislike CMake. I think CMake is just... I just cannot imagine CMake still being here in 10 years. So I think like any time spent on like CMake infrastructure is going to be wasted. So it's better to work on something which is more kind of something that's still going to be applicable in the future. I think I need something that could represent both a text and an icon.
Hopefully C++29 will introduce int main equals default, and things become much simpler.
It would be really nice if you could configure the build script from C++. I think, so the stuff that I have in my kind of thingy where I just put those pragma annotations everywhere. When I think about, the process of compilation, whenever you have a library, for instance, right, when you include something, you typically want to also link it. So it probably makes sense for C++ sources to specify what libraries they need. So this is actually built into C++, but other things as well. So I have this compilation flag, for example. or yeah, like that. Here we have an include file, which when included will add those arguments to the link flags. And when the binary is executed, it will add this argument to, execution arguments. And will also force the build infrastructure to compile whatever like this compilation unit is in as a main binary. So to link it completely. I think this is kind of fairly minimal. I don't see.
Something similar is implemented in MSVC with hashtag pragmalib *.dll or something.
Yep. This is, I think, this is what actually MSVC works. So this is the standard, like non-standard one. This is the one which is used by MSVC. And this is the one, okay, this is my replacement. But I could also use this here, this pragmalink. That would also work here. They are actually equivalent. So those two lines. And I feel that this kind of approach actually produces, it never links anything that's not necessary. Because those can also be put in like if blocks. So an if block can disable a pragma. If def. It's weird to me that it feels like a large part of just build systems could be replaced with some pragmas. Or actually, like even those includes could be replaced with them. Because especially, the system includes, if you see a prefix like that, if you see like I think that the stuff that is being included, like the build system, could extract this information and match it against libraries provided by the system. So that when you include xcb, xinput, it will always link this library. Google uses something called Bazel. So Bazel is, okay, it's way better than CMake. It's like, compared to CMake, this is like next generation tooling. But even Bazel could be improved. Specifically, so Bazel can build anything, not only C++. But specifically for C++, I think there could be an integrated build system based on pragmas.
I heard something called sconstruct, but never used it actually.
Scons, yeah. Okay, this sounds a lot like my kind of system. But see, it doesn't do this analysis. It doesn't really like parse the C files for dependencies. Or even like the makefile. I think like a build system for C++, you should just point it at a directory with C++ sources, and that's it. It should figure out everything by itself. Because like when you sit to a project and somebody asks you to like build it, you could do it like from scratch just by looking at the src directory. First you will find like the file which has the main, right? And you would, starting from that, pull in all of the, like from the headers, you would try to find all of the other object files that you also need to include in this compilation unit. Not compilation unit, you need to link in to satisfy the dependencies. Okay. This is just magic syntax. This is like a red flag to me. Just putting a weird character and assigning some specific kind of semantics to it. It's like a build system is something that you don't use all the time. So you don't remember the syntax of the build system, whatever it is. So the syntax should be optimized for so typically when you build a program, you first write a build script, like the scripts to build it, and then you don't look at it for the next couple of months, and then you have to add something, so you look at it again, you have to remember everything, and those funny shortcuts that save you maybe 10 characters mean that you every time you see something like that, you have to waste like a couple of minutes to go to the documentation to see what it does. This is a terrible design choice for a build system. The build system should be optimized for being readable for somebody who hasn't, read it or used it for months. This is good. Yeah. The fact that you have to define all of the build artifacts manually. This is another problem. There is so much redundancy, right? In C++, you first have to implement it, so you have to have a CC file, then you need to have a header file, then you also need to have a build file that will build it. So you have to the structure of your project has to be replicated in 3 places already. Drawable is a very nice class. We are going to use it. It's just that It's almost perfect. We just have to extend it by adding the ability to set paint. We have a mixin for that. We will use that.
CMake isn't even trying to be helpful. You can't specify src directory. You need to specify all *cc files. You can do it with glob, but lol.
Whoa. Whoa. It's just incredible. This is such a nice class, this drawable. It has this generation ID, and generation ID can be used to cache drone stuff. So okay, so this is what we implement. Can I pass it by value? Maybe a reference. Oh, we cannot pass it here. Oh no, this is fine. We will get it from the argument. We call argument dot so the nice thing about argument is that it's not virtual. Or no, it is virtual. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have any virtual functions though. Why is it virtual? Maybe for the distractor to be called. So it's 88 bytes, but if I remove this distractor, it's 80 bytes, because it's not virtual anymore. Okay, we will make it virtual actually, because I don't see any other way to allow us to get drawables. Yeah, I think virtual function is the easiest. I'm not going to complicate it. And we can specify the offset here. Let's call it icon offset. Now, the paint. Right. I'm looking for derived classes based on drawables. Glyph drawable, nice, for drawing text. Cool, this will cache text. Yeah, I think the optimization is going to be based on Skia drawables. This is the thing that will like bring us above 1000 FPS. I think I have to define my own drawables though, because Skia provides only a couple and they are useless. Okay. This thing we can remove. We have to create the first drawable now. We have to implement this virtual function. Or not SVG, I will just call it path drawable. Or drawable path. So we need to implement the virtual functions on getBounce. Easy. And the other is on draw. also easy. I'm using this next shape as the default one. I think that would work already. Oh, it seems we don't have RTTI. And that means casting is going to be problematic. Looks alright. Or maybe the issue is that no, I am including everything. Size 88 bytes. Okay, because paint is rather large. Okay, we don't need a virtual distractor here. It's just weird. Yeah, no, it's just 80 bytes. Okay, so we'll have our own drawable, which will include SK drawable. So we need yeah, it is virtual. I guess unique pointer. we just need a class that we can invoke the SK drawable from, and where we can set the paint. Okay, this is something I could check. And does Kia use dynamic CAS? Nope. It doesn't. Nowhere in Skia there is like even a single use of dynamic cast. Which is good for performance, right? And this is what we can do. So we can forget about those dynamic casts because we can just do them like that. Come on. I could temporarily disable LTO. just so that I can see where the error is coming from. Weird. Maybe you can put some class attribute to disable type info for drawable. Ah, there is a solution. We just can compile it separately. Let's make sure we put constructor in here. Oh, and that should be no dash rtty. Those are object files. This won't build. Or, actually wait. I have to remove the object, because I was just changing the compilation arguments. Unfortunately. We need RTTI. We could rebuild Skia, I guess. Will it link? It didn't. Look at that, we need type info for the other thing. So this is how we are compiling the drawable. I don't see no RTTY here. Oh. Without R. Yes. Yes. No RTTY. Okay, okay. Maybe now we can also add no LTO. Because now the only issue is that we need the vtable for drawable itself. See if we want to inherit from it. Okay, I think this is doable. It's just we'll have to put all of the implementations of drawables into files with no RTTY. So to be honest, I could get around that. We need type in for only for inheritance. If we just want to use SK drawable, we don't need RTTY for that. That was a very good kind of suggestion here. it doesn't have that. Anyway, the idea is that, yes, we will compile it in a separate compilation unit. We will essentially wrap it. So we will define those two functions as virtual functions. We will not derive from anything. Yeah, we'll put Skia drawable as a field. This paint is unnecessary, I will remove it. Or actually not, we don't need those virtual functions, we just need the public interface for drawable. Actually, we need both. This is just a wrapper. Okay, we just need to implement those two functions on getBounds. And on draw. So the point is that this class, this one, is going to have RTTY. So I guess I will have to split the implementation into two different functions. Two different compilation units. Yep. Yeah, just for allocating this object, we just need vtable, we don't need type info. Struct. Okay. That should work. Those functions need to go in this other compilation unit. And now that should build. Let's hope. tiny things. We don't want to inherit from drawable, we want to inherit from color trap. And it works. Nice. And we have icon, which can be colored. And it's using the Skia drawable to draw itself. I will have to look at this drawable to see how it actually works. But yeah, we have it. Speaking of, I guess doing that in Silang, maybe it would be possible. I mean, definitely it would be possible, it's just this way it's so nice.
You mean make? CMake.
Yeah, I mean to specify a custom flag for just a single file. Which is what we need to derive from skdrawable. I'm curious if I put just a wrapper here. I guess it will not build anymore. Not sure. Because we're not deriving from this class anywhere. Anyway. that thing works. I think paint drawable is better, because it contains paint, not color. Okay, now we can go to the timeline. To our arguments. This is where we add a new argument. Okay, so we have to derive it from arguments. And the only thing which we will have here is the... Actually, I don't know. The only thing we actually need is to return a new icon. So a track argument will definitely store an icon here. We need to create a new kind of paint drawable. Maybe each argument will hold one. Let's call it text drawable. What? Wow. And we need to implement onGetBounce. And those should be our icons. They are probably misaligned and they could be clipping, but we'll see. Nice. And now we should probably offset them a little bit. All of this should be cached. I wonder why the X position, like the Y position seems correct. We should just move it horizontally also to the left. Oh, I know why. Because of that. We haven't been storing it in the class field. That was silly. Okay. So that is done. Something crashed. I guess when it's too large, we should scale it. I just wonder whether we should. So for those arguments, I wonder whether we could use a shorter name. For example, like that. Just the track number. Oops. Okay, we are getting a crash now. Oh, maybe the name should be statically allocated? No. What was the shortcut for debugging? Control Shift D. Yeah. Let's go. So where are we? In max track length? What? So we are trying to draw the timeline. To do that we have to compute the maximum length of all tracks. And the last timestamp. Yeah. And we have no timestamps. But why would be that? In macro recorder, when we add new tracks, so we get those timestamps which are empty. We find the index for the current time offset, and that should be 1, because this is 1 past the end. The size is 0. No, 0. Next I will be 0. It is down. Yeah, we should fill the timestamps always. Stop it and restart it. Let's see with some logging. Why did we got a track without a timestamp? Okay, we have free tracks. Free track arguments. Let's restart it. Okay, now I'm pressing the key Q. We are getting a bunch of arguments. Oh yes, yes, I know why. The name of the argument has to match the key, like the name of the key. Here. So we have two options. Either we will retain key names, which we could do totally. That would actually have some nice effects. It would be possible to record macro using one key and then have it played back using a different key. So that's an option. I think key names, using key names will be better. Many things will fall out of this decision. The icon, I guess we'll just squeeze it. So my Q key has some connection issues. When I move it, it lifts. It's fun. It looks like the keys are... They have something which prevents them from making a connection. I don't think we should prefix it with key and something. Where does this come from? Key name. Let's just go for the name of the key. And now I can swap this key to a different one. This font, it would be nice if we used a more, bold font. Something closer to this or this. I think the same as here would be nice.
Flapterina says,
Greater than ASMR.
Possibly. I never tried listening to somebody program as an ASMR.
I means it's in tags.
Ah, true, true. Okay, the new font looks nicer. And this is why we cannot have rotated icons, because when a connector is plugged horizontally like that, the icon would be totally upside down. And this way I could configure it so that whenever I press the key E, it will actually press tab. Right, so that was the next point on the roadmap. A lot of code was necessary, but now we can actually use arbitrary icons. Use key names. I will go.
Thievereal Route to Zero says,
Greater than watch programming as ASMR, greater than streamer trying to solve error, greater than you starting to Google the problem too, greater than creating test project to reproduce bug, greater than 17 hours after stream solving the problem. Cool ASMR session it was.
Flapperina says,
It's been 5 hours, aren't you a bit tired?
It's the endurance builds over time. But I think I'm starting to make kind of mistakes and bad decisions. This is fine. How does the roadmap look now?
Linux, when?
What do you mean, Linux when?
Arranged by you on Linux already. Viam when then? Vim.
Why would I go for Vim? Does Vim have anything that...
NeoVim.
Yeah, but... does it actually offer anything of value over other text editors?
Lazy Vim. Vim is easier to say since it's just a 3 letters.
Good point, yeah. Is there a Vim in like dictionary? Interesting. There is a word called Vim in English. I'm just wondering, connecting those two should be enough.
What about Emacs?
I do use it a lot, but not for code editing. This shouldn't work like that. It shouldn't light the buttons when they are not.
I mean OS.
So my favorite kind of part of Emacs is the org mode. This is such a killer feature. For things like to-dos, organizing, nested data. And this can be exported to LaTeX. We can have tags, like priorities. Such a nice mode for managing to-do lists. I think what we did is nice, actually. I will just change the lights. I don't want the lights to light up when we're just scrubbing and the keys are not being really activated. I'm also not fully sure whether this is a good step that I'm doing right now.
Why not to make it purple?
Why would we make it purple?
Is rainbow a color?
I don't know, man.
If everything is rainbow colored, then everyone will like it.
What brings you to the stream, by the way?
BC, it will contain their favorite color.
Simply change. Or maybe
Why mix C and C++?
so C and C++ are not really kind of mixed. C++ is an extension of C. You're always using C if you're using C++. Are you learning any of them? C or C++?
You have algorithms library in C++. Sonu can avoid some of loops I saw. So you.
Okay, I think we fixed the paused kind of state sending signals. Okay, so when we are recording, it's impossible right now to scrub, to jump back. The timeline has to be paused, but maybe that's fine.
I see the I equals I1.
Me. I think it would be nice if we have a new feature in the synthesizer. Something like that. Flappy Runner, can you try writing a message? Anything really. Ah, it's crashed. We have to do open read lines like that. Yeah. It's not a range loop. This is the least comprehension. This is what it's called. Or not least comprehension. It's called the generator comprehension in Python. Yeah. It's a utility in Python. It can any file which is opened in text mode or maybe in any mode, you can just call read lines. All right. So this is done. We checked quite a lot of checkboxes today. The next one is about showing a connector from the macro recorder to the timeline. Yeah, we will do that. I will make a short break to grab some food, though. To 16, I don't know, 50, something like that. I have another idea. Let's start this. Simple message. And let's play it in a loop. That cyberpunk music, it's kind of too dark in my opinion. I'm going back to the regular one. Whatever. It's fine. It's a good music for programming, right? Okay. We wanted to display a connection coming from macro recorder to the nearest timeline. So let's do that. First thing we will need is we need to react to pointer being over. We should have an API somewhere to do that. In the widget class, probably. Pointer over, pointer leaf, perfect. With this pointer over and leave, I'm actually not sure if we need it. This is the part where we draw the macro recorder. I guess we could grab this draw context . So here we have canvas, path. Whatever. Let's have them. Whenever we get a pointer over, we can grab that, and here we decrement it. Now, when we are in the draw function, this one, this is when we will show this ephemeral connection. I went to this file because I think this function shouldn't be static. We will need it. Let's do a test run. So let's hard code one.
Dargambitu says,
How to become epic developer like you.
Thank you for those kind words. If you like coding, you are going to get good eventually. It's just a matter of doing this a lot. Just a lot of time spent.
Thank you for the kind words.
And
Here's a Dunkin' Donut hot chocolate because you are epic. A good way to learn coding is to go through some tutorials, and once you learn how to do something, try to play with it for a little. Don't rush it. If you just learned how to, I don't know, some kind of some syntax, some feature of the language works, just try to play with it for a while, push it to the limit, really. Yeah. Will do, thanks again.
Why would you like to learn coding? Do you have any kind of ideas, things that you would like to do with it? Because also the approach could be different depending on your end goals. Ooh. So we can react to pointer being over. Now we just have to draw the path going here. Set style, stroke. One issue with this pointer over is that when we move the pointer to a child of an object, which is this button, we suddenly lose the counter. We will figure something out to do with this. Let's find the location of the timeline. We had a function for that. Find timeline. Now we'll have to do some matrix kind of manipulations. Specifically, we have to convert the top position of the timeline into a local coordinate within macro recorder. So we'll have to first, or maybe here. We have this connection positions function, which reports potential positions. Yeah, let's call them ends. Yeah, I'm not sure if it should initialize itself. Now we have to convert from the local coordinates to the canvas coordinates. And now we would have to translate it down to local coordinates. Oh, we have to do const cast. I think that should just work now. Now we have some basic hover effect. Time to draw the PS2 connector, not PS2 connector, the cable. We'll do the connector in a moment. And I think we will do this connector with texture. I'm slowly shifting towards using textures. And it could have a nice red cable. It would be nice to create some utility for doing those position conversions, because we seem to be doing them a lot. Okay, we can have this optical connector state. It seems like a great place to put the color of the cable, the texture for the plug. It's fairly large. And really, we are not going to do any simulation here. We're just going to set the arc line to arc line, and that's it. temporary workaround. We will use a different icon, probably a different drawing routine. Okay, so we have to initialize it somehow. Animation state must have an empty initializer, so we need to add an empty initializer, empty constructor here. Ooh. Okay, let's make it optional. Again, this is just a placeholder here. Nice, it's drawing something. So I don't think we need the full optical connector state to draw a simple section of cable. Here's the function I would like to have. Something like draw generic connector. I would need the draw context. The path where it goes, and then maybe some textures. And I think let's start with that. Draw generic connector. We will add more parameters to draw the different types of connectors in a moment. Okay, so in this function draw cable, we only use the state to get the color. Yeah. Crazy. No.
Knight says,
Have a nice day.
You tonight. Bye. And we have to change that too. Nice. This pointer leave and pointer over, maybe we can fix it. It's annoying that it disappears right when I want to click it. Yeah, the code will be slightly more complex, but we can do it. So whenever a pointer moves, we'll just have like a sequence of old kind of objects instead of old hovered widget. seems terribly inefficient, but really, those arrays are super short, like 5 or 6 elements, so we don't need to optimize it. And this is being called once per mouse kind of movement.
Thieville Root to Zero says,
Will it imply that if multiple objects are under cursor, they all will receive event?
Yeah. At least now we should... It was a super fast change. We should... Let's do that. Yeah. Even when I'm over this button now, the object still thinks it's under the mouse cursor. There is no simulation here.
What if two macro recorders are on each other?
So the pointer is... They are... If you imagine like a tree of widgets, those two macro recorders are like neighbors, they are on the same level. So only one of them actually takes over, like is part of the path, like the path from the root to the top widget. So this is how it behaves.
Ah, I thought Path handles all widgets, not only children of single parent. Okay then.
Yeah. Weird things are happening when there are multiple macro recorders. I think it will be nice if we change the color of this cable. It shouldn't be so dark. It would be nice if it was red, the same type of red as the parrot. So in this function we can add tint. And the PS2 cables, they are usually not braided, so I think we could remove the braided texture. And you know, when we tint it, it's also too dark. We should use a different kind of technique to change it, like to tint it. Is there a way in Skia to make shaders that have a flat color? We could use that. And also those color filters. Maybe instead of tint, we could use a color filter. Because if I understand, we have like a 4x4 matrix that can do RGBA linear kind of combinations and a bias. Yeah. But for now, the next thing would be the texture. And let's say we will have an enum with a list of texture. We'll have two textures right now, smooth and graded. Now we should use it. The first one is going to be called cable color. It would be amazing if that was possible. Is it possible? It's not throwing errors. It is possible. This is amazing. Okay. We don't have to mess with anything here. Nice. This is probably incorrect. The stuff that is here should probably... yeah, zero it out. And I guess Kia will actually optimize it, so this shader will be inlined. Our normal is broken, and maybe it should be here. Maybe here, who knows? I honestly have no idea. Not with, it's just cable normal. Maybe zero. Let's look for some fiddles with normals. Oh, actually we are using our own kind of shader, so how does this work? Okay, the last one should have some value. Something is wrong. What? Okay, at least alpha is working correctly. For some reason, this is green. It's a very nice type of green. Anyway. And what would happen if we enable the green color? Green becomes green, that's nice. I have no clue why we are getting such... Those colors look nice, but they should not be there. Let's make it gray. 80, 80, 80. Now the normal. I guess we should put some value here. Maybe I can look at our texture. The texture should contain some kind of advice for us. Okay, now this looks really cool, but I don't know why. think this color, the one which is pointing towards the front. I have absolutely no idea why it's like that. 8383DF. Okay, the cable seems to be behaving correctly now. Okay, maybe we have to add 0.8 because it's like maybe the center of the normal is like gray, so it should be like 80-80. And the last one should be high because it should point straight. It's one theory I have. At least the normal seems to be behaving correctly now. Maybe all those crazy operations that we are doing here, like multiplying the brightness by 4, are actually messing up with tint, with the final color. Try that. Oh, look at that. Seems like it has the correct color. This one got very dark now. We are still doing something weird, because this color isn't coming like it should. So this is the rim lighting, and what is that? Specular maybe. Yeah, this looks like specular. So if I switch them off, what do I get? Okay, a very flat but very bland color. Yeah, we have to move to color filters. Yeah, color filters will fix everything. Yeah, we really need them. That cable is just very, very dark. I think ambient should be higher. 0.2 maybe. The reason we cannot see this dark part of the cable is because ambient is too dark. Okay, let's get rid of this tint thing, because this is breaking all of the effect. So, goodbye tint.
Dark and lonely. Now I see violet. I can feel silence.
We don't have tint, we don't have to do that. We will have no uniforms. This is so nice. The utilities that are here for like working with colors. Yeah, this is what we want, lighting. Now we also have to set it in the paint. It has to be SKSP. Okay, we can do that. No problem. Actually, we can pass it as a reference here. Now we are in the creative territory. Way too much. Let's try 40. Or 30. There should be an identity here. I guess I could use that with empty or whatever. The colors are almost perfect, I would say. Maybe I will decrease it a little bit. What we want to get is the portrait. This is that color. This is what we want to achieve. think this operation should convert all gray colors into exactly the tint that we want to have. Okay. I think it would be nice if this cable kind of shined in a similar way to that thing here. And I think to do that, here we would have to put white or something very close to white. It's way too bright, unfortunately. play with that.
Of course we keep on going, though everybody know it. The truth about our way, we tied it loose ends up, I'm sorry. Be cool, go on and fake it. We still know we will break it. We make the same mistakes we always made, and now let's face it. Of course we keep on going, though everybody know it. The truth about our way, we tied it loose ends up, I'm sorry. Be cool, go on and fake it. We still know we will break it. We make the same mistakes we always made, and now let's face it.
I want to see how the cable looks without any color. Just the plastic thingy. It's actually pretty okay.
Of course we keep on going, though everybody know it. The truth about our way, we tied it loose ends up, I'm sorry. Be cool, go on and fake it. We still know we will break it. We make the same mistakes we always made, and now let's face it. Of course we keep on going, though everybody know it. The truth about our way, we tied it loose ends up, I'm sorry. Be cool, go on and fake it. We still know we will break it. We make the same mistakes we always made, and now let's face it. Damn, of course. So damn, of course.
Maybe it's fine. I will try to grab, so we are using this one, this color, which is fairly dark. Maybe I can grab this. If we go for half and half, we get this very flat, almost unrealistic look. We could try a soft light. Let's try that. Terrible, terrible. But it captures some of the properties that I want. The white remains white, black remains black. Hard light. Hard light is also nice. Nice one. So really, what I would like here is I would like the brightest colors. Maybe you can try with the table. To remain bright, like white should remain white, black should remain black. But the mid-tones, especially the gray, should move to this tint. Kind of. Maybe you can do the tables. Maybe matrix. Yeah, I think matrix is what I want. I just have to think really hard how to construct this matrix. I'll be right back. So this is our table, which right now is an identity. It doesn't change anything. So we will get this just gray cable. So the middle color. Okay, so the black should remain black. This is it. We need something that could smoothen this function so that it behaves more nicely. Integers, we have to fix them. Yeah, we don't want to use this tint free. There should be some macros to get components of SK color. Yes, SK color get a. Almost what I want. Almost. Okay. That seems kind of nice, actually. I could also play with this adjust lightness method. This will... okay, maybe I should bump this a little bit. But... as I will be bumping it, it should allow us to kind of maintain this. This is the color that we wanted. And we are kind of getting it. I can bump it higher. See, now we have the white, like bright highlights and dark shadows. Okay, and I can push it a little bit more. Doesn't that look nice? And actually, when I'm thinking about this, when we're in the middle, actually we don't need this mix thing. I guess we could just do it like that. That should have the same effect. Feels different. Yeah, the feel is slightly different. This one is much flatter in the gray space. Although I could also do it like that. I think this is alright. Let me check one more thing. I could also do it like that. Stretch it a little bit more and use the flat shading in the middle. There is something weird about this shading that I like. Should I keep something which is more correct? Or something that feels nicer? Maybe in addition to tint, I could also add an additional parameter which would specify the strength of the effect. Maybe this is what I will do. The, not strength, but flatness. This is the stuff that I am talking about. Or not flatness, it's the opposite of flatness. It's about keeping the black and white parts. And this is what I'll do. And we will roll with the default depth of okay. Now we have to fix those. And maybe add an alpha and maybe move it slightly higher up so that it terminates under the parrot. Okay, let's move the termination point. This should be easy, right? I wonder, maybe we're passing this color in the wrong color space. now it's drawn below, so that's nice. Yeah, and we have to fix the other colors. They seem completely broken. Be right back. All right. Here, instead of lighting, we will use our new function. Which preserves blacks and whites. So now, when I press the keys, okay, we get those. It's a little bit weird, but okay, and the cable doesn't look that bad. Maybe I can bump this up a little bit. This one looks nice. And this is also very nice because the cable should match the color of this line. And it does it very nicely. I am a little surprised that it's not darker in the black section.
Jet planes in the night sky with you.
Yeah, that section should be almost completely black.
Eyes with you. Getting through the bad times with you. I wasn't missing a
Okay, this is the tint we are using.
and I wish that
Maybe it's too bright. We could counteract that by stretching depth.
oh, if only I could build a time machine, I'd come and get you. I can't forget you. I miss you. I miss you.
It's too much, too much. 50 should be enough. And we'll change the tint here.
What the hell am I doing this for? Lying here on my bedroom floor, finding peace in the memories of you. I wasn't missing a thing, no, I do. And I wish that I could build a time machine, 'cause time moves on, and now you're gone. Oh, if only I could build a time machine, I'd come and get you. I can't forget you. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you all the time. I wish that you were mine. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you all the time. I wish that you were
If I could generate a three-dimensional table, like a lookup table for the colors, I could do it even nicer. Because each channel has to be adjusted individually here. Is it fine? I don't know. I don't like the fact that we have to adjust the tint down so much. Maybe. I could adjust the depth automatically based on the average value of tint, like the maximum value in tint, or average, whatever. So the depth is a float. Say that if I pass not a number, something like that. Ooh, what's that? Probably that depth is too high. Oh, we have to divide it by 3. Okay, now they have similar brightness. We can start playing with it. For example, 100. I like that tint. This is roughly what I imagine it should look like. It's just the white part is... It's weird to me because the white part should be totally bright, totally white. Yeah, something is wrong at the ends. If I stretch it, I don't know, 150. Will it give me white edges? Nope. I think we should add some like extra adjustment.
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't
Let's say 10 or 20.
I can help you out. 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 I can help you out.
Okay.
If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't
This is very dirty hack. I just want to keep white.
I can help you out. I can help you out. I can help
Why? Why it's not white?
I can help you out.
Let's make it larger, 50.
I can help you out.
It doesn't work. Oh, I think I know why. It's because it's not white at the edges, it's gray at best. Yeah, I guess the reason it has this bright color is because probably this part of the cable is totally gray. It is totally gray. Okay, so the solution to that would be to make the color texture brighter. We don't need this hack. It's unnecessary. It's not bad. Like the dark cable looks really nice. But I think I will fix them. I'll make a backup copy.
My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole.
Something like that.
That I can give you here. Tell me what you're thinking. I need to know your feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside.
Let's see how it looks now. We have bright white edges now. Perfect. Much nicer. And that cable, we can make it darker. That's not an issue. Though it's not looking bad actually. We'll just change the default value of tint. Maybe it should be even brighter. Actually, I want to lift now. Okay, everything. Now, when I take a look at the color that we're using here, and compare it to what we get, this is roughly what I wanted. Now I could tone it down if I want. The default value will be like 40, 40, 40. Or we could bring it even darker. It will affect the grays. I only care about grays. Isn't it nice? And the cable is looking fairly flat here. I think this is because the code we added to guess the depth. So this is probably getting like 3 times lower depth than this. I can put, I don't know, 50 here. And remove the code for guessing it. Or maybe that code was fine. I can just... decrease it to, I don't know, 70. But I will add a constant bias. Really nice, but maybe slightly higher. Even more. Let's push it to 30.
With this feeling I can leave. I'm working and I'm will you dare to give it all
Yeah, this is the color we wanted.
by my side? Do you see the road? Do
Nice.
you hear it's cold? Do you want a bite of it? Just getting me above now. Just
Or maybe... yeah, I could bring this down. Nice.
See the sun goes down, driving light in hearts, counting trees around. This is our day to dream.
It's not, physically based. It seems fine though. So we are drawing some very simple kind of connection to show that the macro recorder is connected to the timeline. We could animate it, but it's kind of late. So we will do it on Monday. I expect that on Monday we might just finish the all of the cleanups that we had here. I want to animate this. I don't know how. Maybe I will just make it grow, like squeeze, to appear by kind of increasing the width of the line of the cable. I think that could work nicely. And I guess at this point we should also adjust the colors of those plugs, because now they should also be brighter. Add the connector. High time we add the actual connector there at the end of the cable. And we should tweak the color of the strain reliever. The metal casing. Strain reliever. Okay. And once we do that, eyes. About eyelids. I think it would be cool if the object, when it's in the toolbar, if it actually had closed eyes. Because actually it will consume a lot of resources when it's instantiated. Once we put a macro recorder on the canvas, it has to keep tracking the mouse, so every event that happens, even outside the window, is going to be sending events to Automat. And the animation is going to force us to redraw a lot of stuff. And also the fact that it keeps looking at you, even when it's in the taskbar, it can be a little bit distracting. I don't know. Or maybe I will keep it like that. Or maybe. I will put maybe here. Okay, and once we finish macro recorder, we can move to the next object, the flip-flop. And this is the final object that we will need. This is the one that will actually allow us to connect hotkeys to macros, so that when the hotkey is pressed and released, it doesn't stop recording the it doesn't immediately stop recording. Oh, also, when we create a new timeline, I saw that there is a small misalignment. So I also want to fix that. All objects should be grid aligned all the time. Here. See, it falls exactly between grid points. I could also animate this line kind of stretching out of the macro recorder and touching the timeline. Or maybe that's how I will animate it. Maybe it could grow. It's definitely going to be nicer than just increasing the width. Increasing the width seems kind of lazy, so maybe we'll grow it. Yeah, I think it creates this like impression of macro recorder just finding something in the middle, like nearby, and connecting to it. And this is actually how it works, so I think it will be a good metaphor. Okay, so that's it for today. See you on Monday. Bye.